Like all kinds of packet loss, so this is good. Okay. Let's not plugged in all the way, or what is going on? Come on, Dota. What is the deal here? Come on, my Dota. See if I can play this pipe. Come on. Alright. Well, we ain't got packet loss now, but...
Dyer's turret has been killed.
This guy's already level 4.
When you are ready.
Level 1 Monkey King, huh?
Snowstorms are coming. Going. The Lord comes. Yes. I say. Yes. No. No. Yeah. Say so.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. You bet, yeah. What? Let us fight. You are going nowhere. Got it. Sounds like a good idea. Got it. Yeah.
Radiant
Sounds like a good idea. What I say so. You bet, yeah. Yeah. I say we do the great blow. Why not? Snowstorms are coming. Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. Got it. Got it. Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yeah. Whoosh, whoosh.
Sounds like a good idea.
I should grab that.
You bet.
Why isn't it picking it up? Oh, my inventory's full. Nah.
Storms are coming. I say.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Giant's turret has been killed. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Feels a little clumsy for some reason.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy's top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Fuck, what happened there? It switched to the fucking courier. How did it? I accidentally selected the courier as it was coming or something. That was good. Oh, I got time to make coffee now. You always know a true competitive Dota player when he just goes AFK for, you know, long 2 minute, 3 minute, you know, really pushing that possible timeout. Waiting for my fucking courier, man. I need my shit off the courier. Oh, I do have it. Okay, good. Alright. A fucking cigarette, too. Where's they at? Hectic. Situate this keyboard and mouse. This is the least ergonomic setup I've ever experienced. I can take my watch off. It's somewhat comfortable here. What's going on? Fuck, bro. Oh shit, I'm just standing right in the middle of battle. Did I let somebody die? The jackass, is there a bounty hunter? Oh no, that was Clinks. Fuck, we need dust and wards and shit. Why is nobody buying any of this stuff?
Got it.
I don't know what to do. Got my stash here. I guess we're gonna go plow down mid. That's the funny thing about Hearld people, man, is that they never really have any unified strategy. Wow! Fuck, bro. Got this beautiful night time lapse coming up of a really unique star set. It looks like a penis. Coming around there. I wonder what stars those are, or what constellation those stars form there. There's two in the back and then two in the front, but they're situated in the middle of the back too. And they're very symmetrical. We really got to stop dying like this. What's going on?
been killed.
The death for the ward there. Why do I feel like my camera speed's different? What's going on here? Game. $4.20. Okay. What? No, it's not $4.20. It's $4.020. You know how hard this thing was to get right at $4.20? Maybe it wasn't at $4.20. $40.20. $4.20. The way to just type it in? Alright, let's... That's a little better. I don't know what the fuck that was. I didn't take any damage. What the fuck? Well, oh yeah, there's a bit of a delay in something there. Let me watch the clock for a minute. What's going on here? You know, punch fucking Roshan just for the fuck of it. Add a little humor to my life, considering the day that I had. Probably nobody out there listening, but... Judges in courts and cops in jails and, you know, women and children. Man, this story's got the makings of a fucking horror story. I'm telling you.
Why not?
Nice. Got the makings of a horror story. I don't know how well I can talk and focus and multitask and things like that, but I'm sure gonna try. Because I come up with this thing today that really calls out a person on something. And it says, you know, if I'm a doctor, do I got the right to get you sick and then offer you a remedy? And I really want to apply a wide discretion to that, because there's a lot of professional services or courtesies within our American luxury of life that clarity still here? Okay, cool. Get that bonus night vision here going on. Fuck, always a ward right here, man. I should have put it somewhere else. I'm coming. I'm gonna cut this monkey out of his tree, man. Noisy keyboard. I love my membrane keyboard on my laptop. Ever since I got that, I will never go back to those clicky, loud keys ever again. I used to think they was so cool. Like, gotta have me a clicky keyboard. And you play on them for a couple years, and you might suffer psychological damage with all that noise in the background. But I still play on it. It's annoying as shit. I'll try and override some of the detail with my luxurious voice and radio broadcasting personality. But, you know, nobody give me a microphone. They barely let me, you know, speak the words that come out of my face, let alone get a microphone. Shit. Because I got to tell you right now, man, I have never seen someone so preemptive on starting a war as this county. Because, well, I'm sure God'll do something. Maybe he can't, though. Maybe there is a curse upon this land, and, you know, I need to get out of it. Where's the rest of this guy's team? What is he doing? I see the monkey. There, no, where's he at, motherfucker? He wouldn't have been in that tree. That would have been under the tower, idiot. Oh. Idiot. Yeah, I am. I'm also a genius, though, too, so I can call myself whatever I want.
The Lord comes. Snowstorms are coming.
I go for the health, where 325 health is a lot. Wow, I ain't played Tusk in a while, but, you know, we need that snowball damage. Because we all be coming in just rolling. Oh, I saw something. What was that? What was that? I'm going to just have to buy a gem, I think. I don't know what else to do, man. They got sentries everywhere. I really don't want to keep wasting money on this crap and putting one down where they're going to see it. I really should put the sentry down first before I go and place a ward. That's Hearld shit. Mistakes. That's the old man syndrome. That's the daddy Dota. Oh, it didn't, oh. I didn't get a single spell off. Other than a tumbling snowball that didn't activate. Let's see what's going on here. Network. I wonder if I'm still under the low quality network. Yeah. Oh, I am. I wonder if this will fix it. I was doing that when I was losing packets on Wi-Fi, and it was the only way to kind of compensate. But there's a huge hesitation in team fights where it keylogs your keystrokes and then submits them in reference to what everyone else did, and there's some analytic pattern that happens, you know, to determine who pressed first. But this Earthshaker is just bananas, man. I'm so glad I supported him. Where's he at? In this pink tree or the green one? much like, okay. Really making sure to take it out on me. Yeah, so is it all right for your doctor that's healing you or providing you medicine to then therein disclose that he was the one that got you sick? Wouldn't that be terrible if that's what society's doing to us, where they're going around, they're making us sick with all these allegations and forced interpretations of what's taking place and other suggestions and, you know, the conflict of good and evil. That's all that courtroom's designed for, and it's hilarious to me to think that, you know, they use the Bible in connection with whatever binding force they operate under. I really don't think it's appropriate to say that, you know, if the state steps in and determines the best interest of the child, and that remedy is provided, and, you know, the timeline's framed as such, I fail to see a reason then therein to include some type of fault to the adjacent party, and yet they're still just bogged down in that concept that, you know, they really need to intervene in our lives. They really have something, some matter or something needs to happen, and that system's trying. It really is. It's trying deceptively hard, and there's finally a good ice path, man, and cast right. Don't forget to pick up your salve if you need it. I'm gonna go. What else can we put down? Let's put some of these things down. Inventory full. Oh, you can't buy anything else. That's funny. Oh, you can't put a ward there no more? Does it drop all 5 clarities? Oh, it does. Oh shit. So how do you individualize them though? There's no way to. Yeah, it probably would bog down the game or something. So they must have thought of this. Like, so you can only buy one at a time then, if you're gonna do this. But this is high level, like, gamer of the year concepts, where you're going around leaving inventory around the map, because you're not always at base where the stuff is. Why call for it when you need it, and rather, you know, just like drop it right here. I think he's in this tree. No. Is it this tree? Where's he at? like we're gonna end this game here. Man, it's not even giving me the uppercut. Yeah, it's just crazy to me to think that, like, no one accepted that I provide the best interests to situations. Where the fuck am I at? I don't know. That was weird, like I disappeared off the fucking map for a while, but there was no snowball either. What the fuck? Or did I miss? I might have to review that. That was weird. But yeah. Go against all my concerns. You know, assemble an army against me. To make sure you could still allow the concept of another promiscuous woman in the world to be raised in accordance with what I suspect now is their conditioning of the population. I think at this point, because it's really difficult to say this is in the best interest of something other than themselves, because it precludes the interest of the actual individual. And rather, you know, subsidizes some type of effect to transcribe the situation. And in my case, it was something completely irrelevant to what was taking place. You know, and that's where I get hung up. Is like I really want to focus on, you know, what took place. But it's irrelevant, I think, to a lot of things, and so just discussing it, you know, gives rise to evil with the concept of a confliction or an alternate story, someone that requires judgment. That's my heart shaker. Tell you, that's Bigfoot on wheels right there is what that is. You ever seen that guy? This is Bigfoot on wheels, man. We're just gonna go for it. Yeah, created the crisis and now wants to offer a solution to it, or you know, assume that there is a solution. Oh, it didn't give it to me again. Just pop the dust. Oh, there's Fairy Fuck. Oh, maybe I need to smash the keys faster or something. Shit. Yeah. Like, what is that? You know, where you're going around, you know, creating crises and panic and fear, and then offering a resolution to it. That seems like some scammer shit, doesn't it? This shit gotta fucking stop, though. Y'all gotta quit fucking with my family. You know, I think a man has a breaking point, and what you're finding is that while other men continue to break, and you still get to have maybe the same example that you get to set everywhere, you're gonna run out of time. That's the bad thing. You know, I'll fucking put this knee down, fucking just stall out the clock, and you're gonna lose. You really will, and you'll have to force yourself to come to my person and cause an altercation, that therein you will proclaim that it was an assistance or a necessary action. But what is being forgotten is that you're the creator of this problem. So you can't offer a remedy or a solution to it, or even step in to offer, you know, help, I think, at this point. Because it seems scammerific. It really does. Say, look, I'm going to cause a problem. It's like somebody infect your computer, and then like a ransomware. These people, they injected ransomware into my fucking child. And there's an issue about that. My fucking child. The one that I fucked to bring in this world. That was my fucking child. Well, 50%. 50% sperm. And her diligent 50% egged mother. Yeah. Those are... Those are the issues at hand. Oh, why did my timer turn off? You can't cause a situation and then offer some kind of remedy to it. That would be psychotic. That would be the very definition of, like, clinically insane. And I live in a community that is deliberately doing that to a lot of its villagers. Maybe it's just trying to set an example out of me or something. Maybe it's trying to, you know, provoke something that it knew it could get. And there's many times that I've felt adversely disadvantaged to the point of excessive frustration and pain. And that is... That's not cool, man. I can deal with it, you know. It's not really me that's like the biggest issue, but I fear that you go and do that to someone else, and I can't even extenuate the consequences that, you know, a protective father might establish to, you know, raise cohesion within his household. Because all of these private affairs that are taking place in everyday life have a drastic effect on that. I really do. Not being allowed to be the cohesive bond to my family in times of danger and heightened fear, I have been single-handedly excluded from the reserving rights of protecting my family, my creations, my assisted creations, 50% sperm. And so that's my fear. I'm in a terrible panic and disarray, thinking that, you know, well, what I can go through isn't what everyone else can. And that is a real problem. And so I feel compelled to offer additional reassurance that little baby girl, it's your birthday, something great's gonna come through for you. I know it will. It's gonna be better. It's gonna be better. It will. But the problem a man has is that he slowly loses the ability to command respect as his word and appearance is slowly assassinated. And I am at a stage of life now, and have been probably about 8-9 years, where hundreds of events have assassinated my character. And I'm no longer a prideful human being. Like, I really lack concern and welfare for the things at hand anymore, because it's so intertwined with the concept of trying to rise evil in the face of question. And when that question isn't enough, verbally, it asks the same of the situation, and then presumptuously assassinates my character as the result of it. So, where does a man put an end to the complications that others have driven into his life? And in our exchanges, each has sought refuge with my attacker as some sort of condition or means to prevail, it would seem. And then at the end of whatever usance or value was acquired in that scenario, it's now coming back to the other half to get more from it, that it completely dismantled and destroyed. That guy's long dead and gone. Nobody survived that. That's a terrible misfortune to it all. It's like, you might as well just break into somebody's house, chain up their spouse and children, and just have your way with them, because that's basically what you're doing. Like, it's not happening behind the closed doors of a home, but rather an office, it would seem, and some sort of regulatory effort to perhaps condition its population. I sure hope there's a prevalent means for what's taking place that I may be able to learn from and extinguish. I don't really see it. Like I said, this problem was all created by the same thing that tries to offer solution to it, and thus, in regard to whatever dispensed consequence. So, dispensed consequence, this thing's just shoveling out consequence, and what does it get in return? Because it has to be a machine. I would think it's not probably one specific individual. It's likely like an orchestration or a means of reciprocation. you know, thus defining, you know, its machine context. So, you know, if I got to go to war with a machine or something, man, like I said, I'm hesitant to react to anything because there's no real one source of blame other than, you know, an entity that hides behind the cloak of many, and that's a real issue, you know. Well, I don't talk down on government or law officials or, you know, benevolent forces designed to protect us from, you know, the inherent danger of the world or maybe even the universe. You know, there wouldn't be a need for rebellion in any of that concept. But where it appears as one singular thing is being requested, I can see that there's a dividend with life that these people deal in. And basically what ends up happening to you is when you go behind those closed doors, you die. You're being offered as some sort of, you know, vegetative dinner for you know, what needs to consume. And that's much of how I feel in life anymore, is that all these situations do is just offer up the preponderance of additional conflict. And so in not participating, there will be a definitive consequence, but there's not going to be this continued, you know, attrition of decay in my life by continuing to participate in these things. Because, you know, if something's yours, you let it go, and if it comes back to you, it really was. And that's all I could do in this situation. It's like, you know, trying to be mad at the dumb blonde chick that can't figure out how to send her email or something, you know? Like, there's really no bread there to harvest, kind of, in that aspect. You know, you'd be getting mad at nothing, you know, but her just own natural persona of what she understands. And so, you know, I really believe that this construct is something that's, like I said, operating in a machine context, because it's receiving predetermined values to stimulate conflict and then thus try and provide some resolve. So, you know, in the grand conclusion of things, you know, it's evidently apparent that there's grand controversy at this stage of life for me. And much of it's been done by myself, and much of it has just be a chicken hide in the corner, man. I thought Warlock was on our team for some reason, so I stayed in that sauce for too long. You can't play competitive Dota and talk, man. Fucking just sitting in the soup, you know. They're just, tell you, old God brewed a wicked stew when you start thinking of how he was going to make old Daniel grow up. Oh, I didn't time that right. 2 more seconds. Dang it, you should have been able to do 1 more burn. Razor burn. Come on, you got to get these right-click attacks in. Are the most important thing you can do in these lower levels, without too terribly disrupting the wave to make it hard to farm. Yeah, you go ahead and keep doing that. Just keep zoning them, keep zoning them. Come on, step up. There you go, step up. You're gonna get zzz. Oh, you didn't save it for fucking dude boy there though. Oh no, they got us both killed. Oh, they didn't pursue me. Like Shinobi. Oh, whatever, that was perfect. Oh, that was perfect too. What are you talking about? That was perfect too. Whatever. Yep. Cause a problem, offer a solution to it. That's a fucking text market fucking scammer. Textbook scammer right there. Oh, I think I missed him. Well, sadly I didn't get to call him out on anything because, well, he just was yelling at me. Oh, you did. Maybe not, no. Yeah, you stick around. I'll just keep right-clicking you, boy. Uh-oh. That turned bad fast. And that's usually readily apparent when someone's frustrated beyond all means to, you know, find resolution to their situation. You know, he's probably got a, you know, town full of pissed off people that are all jabbing in his ear about stuff that needs to change, you know. Who knows what judges have to go through. What? It's inappropriate of them to think that they can cause a situation and then try and offer a remedy to it. It's without some sort of apology, you know. Like, I really expected an apology from them today, and instead he just insulted me and, you know, became belligerent. So you're gonna keep getting beat up like that. You keep doing that dumb shit. I'm telling you, there's nothing I can do for you. You can't keep walking into his trample like that. I have freaking 600 health, man. It was like 3 or 4 clicks. And I'm dead by this Spectre guy. Because I attack him, I lose 20% or something. What is it? Oh, probably 12. 12 to 18%. I don't know what else to do but just keep these things coming. Oh, no, we gotta sell that. We gotta have this. Don't go, you need mana boots, bro, like so bad. Can't believe you're taking this much damage like this shit. I don't know what that was. What was that? I can't even tell what the hell just happened. It was like shit dancing around the screen. Alright. Let's go ahead and Why is it not attacking him? Oh, dude, what is going on these days? And now you're gonna think you can slide by with your level 4 here without taking a shaman hit to the leg? But, you know, it's not really my place or process to interfere with what someone wants. You know, like, do I really need to concern myself with this? Like, I really got to pay attention to what I learn in regards to what you're to offer a thief. There's a remedy to solutionize a thief, and I believe much of it is to just give them what they want, you know? Like, none of that stuff's going to be in God's kingdom anyways. So, well, it totally did not deny that creep for some reason. We gotta get some more juice coming. Keep our fat boy fed here. Uh-oh, I think I pissed off the dinosaur. Oh, come on, man. Give me my... That's it, I'm out of here. Where's my homie at? What's he doing? Oh, he's all full health by now. Yeah, well, how do I know how to run a town, or a village, or even the district court? You know, what am I to say that I know the proper response to what's going to happen and, you know, make an effective decision or choice? You know, he probably didn't, you know, draw on his own conclusion to begin with anyway. So that's much of what I'm coming to understand is a lot of the effects of everything happening right now have already been polluted by the injustice that is the communal understanding of a subject. And for that, it really doesn't require, you know, court intervention. You know, if a group of citizens and, you know, an entire village and, you know, basically businesses and you know, organizations and, you know, therapeutical treatment centers even, man, like, they really got intertwined deep within the community of people that want to protect their everyday interests of life. And so, slowly, mine have just been dismantled and sandbagged. What's the guy to do? I don't know. I think nothing's the answer, because it stands to stomach reason enough that I've been severely violated in the context of my civil liberties, and there is no justice being distributed in such a fashion for my current character's representation. Perhaps social credit has been here a long while, and there's just been a persistent challenge on what was defined as my good social criteria, and others have found ways to change my benevolence into some form of fear or hostility or aggression, or I should have that. No, you don't need that. You're a big ass machine with saw blades, dude. You're supposed to be seeing. Come on, that's your job. You're supposed to cut stuff. Like, what are you just gonna? And then you just waste it and pop out in surprise. You really didn't think I was gonna do that to you, huh? Oh, he thinks he can get away. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, I got a wand in my backpack this whole time? That's funny. Really can't stress how important this blink dagger is, man. This really changes the concept of what to do as a support, man. And how you get these fights started, because nothing happens in this game unless somebody's willing to go first. It's like a game. You ever seen a game of chess against two really good people? It's like at some point one of them has to decide that his defense is good enough and he has to start trying to take pieces. So and then there's just kind of a back and forth trade that goes on for a while. Pieces are lost in purpose, and that's how things work. So, in the evolutionary standard of what's taking place, I really can't continue to afford to lose all these pieces. These guys started this. You have to be real careful in times like that, where it seems like it doesn't recognize that I've clicked on the hero until there's a range adjustment. Because I should have been in range to shackle, but it didn't work. Oh, and I wasn't even paying attention there. Well, didn't pay attention. You have to make sure and get the mana regen with him. Yeah, if you're going to go that early blink dagger, because you have to be able to keep up this forward pressure here. If you don't use any spells right through this period, you'll recoup enough mana to be able to have another vicious assault on him. I still ain't got no boots, but a blink dagger. And this is championship level gameplay here. I'm telling you, these are concepts and techniques that really change the outcome of games. And so in helping other Dota players understand Dota, their ranking system, I'm pretty sure, is defined by the most contributory and the least contributory. And in those regards, there's a ranking system that's developed. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're better at the game because you have a higher rank. It just means that there's a greater favorability that your decisions and actions within the game are going to result in a higher competitive gameplay. So that's all it's doing, is it's tailoring like-minded individuals. And you know, I'm pretty confident that some of the best Dota players in the world are in the Hearld bracket. See, if I had my Aether lens there, I would have been able to hit that from afar. Well, we'll go ahead and wait for him to set up on him. Where'd he go? Oh. Yeah, it's got something to do with the projected animations of how the game turns out. I think that this game incorporates a lot of... Oh yeah? He tried to get it off. Now I take the cast range talent at this point too, with this build. Gosh, got a little gnat fly looking bug thing in here. I'm like completely obliterated. It didn't let me do anything. Should have gotten out of there. Getting some cramps today for some reason. Pretty bad. Alright, maybe it's time to get the boots. What did I just buy? Phase boots and a blink dagger on my support build. I'm not going the mana boots because everybody says they're just terrible, like the least considered boot. So I want to be able to move in and move out real fast. Okay, I figured it out. Yeah, so scripting could definitely be a thing in this game, because it does behave like it waits for an initial command and any command therein with a certain time frame could be established as That's pressing faster. Yeah. Well, I don't really know what to do. Call it another day. And live on to tell about it. Or get to a point finally where I stop letting people, walk all over me, I guess, and my family, and what seemingly looks like some sort of hostage, blackmail, like ransomware attack on my family. Computer people know what that term means. Ransomware is when they like take over your computer and then offer a solution if you meet their demands. But most of the time it's not really. I missed that pole still, huh? Oh. You guys gotta quit fighting without me, man. I gotta get down there and be with you, but you're always like way like going your own direction here. And these last hits are not showing up for me for some reason. Whatever. Alright, I'm coming. Fine. I really want this glimmer cape though before I try and like do anything, man. I will not be effective if I can't hide. These guys just kill me right away. Maybe I'll put some words up. What am I doing? Uh-oh. What happened? I forgot to look at my timer. That's funny. Alright, is everything still working? Oh, good. Alright, fantastic. That's a bad time for all that to come offline. Fucking go back to base, dude. What's wrong with you? You crazy fuck. Warlock gonna pop out and dump his soup right on top of you. Okay, I think I can afford the glimmer cape now. Fantastic. What is this connected to? Are we still recording? I can't tell what I'm looking at there, if there's anything even on this screen anymore. Oh yeah, there is. Okay. What is the malfunction with all the electronics? Come on. There we go. Oh, look, I see somebody. Figures. Go ahead and kill off that specter real quick. I should probably go put a ward down over here. And I like to put this ward right here. This seems to... Oh, no, that was too close. They might catch that with the sentry. Oh! I don't have my glimmer cape in my inventory. Oh, yeah. Fuck, these moon glaives, man. Ugh. That's nasty. Just shredding everything. I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. I don't know what I'm doing. I ain't got no mana or nothing. Crazy. Yeah, that is much of my world these days. I'm living in the life someone else has identified for me by my lack of participation, I think. You know, I think there's such a thing as being too nice, and it can lead or develop into consequences as a result of not protecting oneself from you know, responsible life assessments. It's not fucking registering some of these clicks. I don't know what's going on. What are you doing, the Warlock? Where are you going, bud? Dang, we lost that one. That's not good. Yeah, the pains one must endure of life for a reason of their own consequence or some sort of other prescribed function. And if I didn't know any better, I'd really conclude that it's the prescribed function of trying to remedy something they have caused. And for that, I'm hesitant to react, I think, with that condition. For I have sought much rehabilitation in regards to the things that I know. And sadly, once you know a lot, where the fuck am I? Oh, I should. There we go. Yeah, there has to be, you know, a refined criteria to the things that we experience. Ah! Warlock's really microing pretty well. I feel like my team might still need me, but whatever. Yeah, I really appreciate them trying to offer a remedy or some type of solution to that, but it's really none of their problem. And all of their problem. So, what do I care? I don't understand. What do you want from me? Tell you just want me to be mean. Or I'm just living in the illusion that I may be able to change what's taking place, and that's a lot of my fear. Is that I'm on a raft ride, basically, with God, and God is showing me things that He wants changed, and I want changed. There may not be another solution. Is really some of the issue. You know, if someone wins at Dota, every single game, you have to do something to change that. You know, like you couldn't have a game where there's just one guy that's just so great, you know, nobody ever fucking wins. So fucking beat me down, tear me up, rip me apart, build me again. Warlock even come in. You know, when the other team commends you, that's nice. I don't really divvy out the commends too often, but I'll make sure and hit everybody that I haven't. 'Cause that was a pretty fun, good match. And go again. Look at that behavior score, isn't that great? Like the most attributed technique to one games, and that's just heavy support and good fighting, good versatility, and good pushing. You don't have to be great at farming, but you do need to have the ability to quickly farm when you do have the chance. If there's gold you can collect as a support in this tier, because this tier can't fulfill the entirety of the map and in such unison as higher ranked individuals, I'm sure. But I think most of that's probably internet connectivity, it would seem. You know, my last hits are unpredictable. You can't predict the last hits on this machine when I'm playing it. There's no way. You just kind of have to just let it do whatever it's going to do. Sometimes you get some, sometimes you don't. Well, I don't really know why I'm in 2026 and have such a terrible internet. But it's good enough, and it might be, you know, stringing me along, keeping me entertained and distracted enough to not recognize the situation at hand and therein not act accordingly. So what is the situation at hand? Because didn't we already have a war with Iraq? I really having an issue with the information I'm being told, because it kind of seems pretty redundant. And in its redundancy, it seems to precariously exclude anything but a self-prerogative. This could very well be why there's a war between cops and robbers. Because I really do consider myself a cop at times. But I don't uphold the same regards to the law or whatever they're enforcing out there. Like, who knows what they're doing. Or cops and criminals, not robbers. Cops and criminals. Well, it's like, if, yeah, because I'm a protector. I'm a protector, and I'm an enforcer of my morals and values. So I have some of that respect for those holding a badge in regards to what they hold dear and true and necessary. But I don't really think there's a necessity to any of this anymore. I've concluded that it is a beast of a machine that has overridden the context of morality for the greater concept of good. It is really what I've come to conclusion of this day about, and I know tomorrow when I wake it's going to be, you know, much to the same effect. Hero is so stinking slow. He's a phase boots and wind lance and every neutral item that deals with speed or mana. He's a strength hero with a primary intelligent base needed to cast his spells effectively, so you really got to build some intelligence on him. We got a Razor, a Shadow Fiend, a Wraith King, and a Silencer. Like, this is a nasty combo to play against. But we do got the Mage to deal with their magic if they can't get that off. I just sure hope this Lone Druid knows what he's doing. Man, the last guy that played him didn't know that the bear could be resummoned, and anytime it got low on health he kept running away from fights. He didn't want to lose his bear, but he didn't realize that he could just recast it and, you know, recall it back to its position. What are we gonna do? You just meet me and the bear? Okay. I know I took that one because you totally missed it. I don't know why, but your timing's way off. See, you missed it again. Now try. Oh, too soon. Okay, ready? Go. There you go. This is ridiculous, man. I don't play Doom. What am I thinking? Oh, we got no sound. That could help the effects. Resummon your bear. Oh. Yeah. Really fucking feeding that bear. What the fuck? You got 300 fucking health and you're up here dancing around like... Oh, what? Oh, he got the crit, man. First fucking hit. Sure gets lucky with that mortal strike. Oh no, it's not. It's time based. Why I was thinking it was like legions. I guess I don't play Wraith King much. What are you doing? You don't even know how to play this guy and you're pinging me like it's my fault? Ah! Telling you, you just...
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know why. What is going on here? But somehow I am a higher support than this guy understands. See, he's not even sending his bear in ahead. What is going on, dude? What do you care? This thing can die. This is not going to work. I'm going to have to go help bottom, I think. This is, well, I shouldn't be up here. Got to get the boots, though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Tell ya. There's those that believe in the world, and then there's those that'll risk it all for tomorrow. Uh-oh. They all there. Well, three of them.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I haven't looked at my battery. What's going on?
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah. This will probably be our last game.
Your bottom tower is under
I almost thought I was shaman there for a second. I just about tried dropping my Alta right in the middle of them. Uh-oh. You need vision bottom jungle. It's like the most heavily warded area we have. Oh, how can you shackle me before I can doom him? What? What is the cast range on that? I should have been within range. Oh, what are the shaman shackles? 450. Oh yeah, he would have won. Okay. I'm gonna have to get the Aether lens. That cast range is just not gonna work. I don't know what to build on this guy. I don't play him much. Oh, yeah, a lot to think about, so I'm really trying to get my mind just totally wiped out before I try to lay down to rest tonight with all that I'm thinking about. Ah, fucking cock blocked the shit out of me there, dude. Silence. Wow. Dude, this team is merciless. I got a special function, you know, autistic fucking needs lone bear over here calling for his pat. Doom's about up. Alright. Does he not have a coiling blade? Oh, he does. What the shit? He doesn't know how to get out of the trees. And he's got a coiling blade. We got the anti-mage that can't get out of the trees because he doesn't know what the coiling blade does, and a lone druid that's unwilling to sacrifice his bear, and you know, rather dude, he just juked the shit out of you guys, led you into a trap. You should not be farming here. You're crazy. I will wait with you. Here, have a tango. Eat it. There's a tree right there. Use it. Come on, let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here, dude. I can't be lurking around here to save you attemptedly as your support when you're not, you know, being cohesive here with what needs to take place. I'm telling you, you're just waiting to die. Fucking get us both killed, why don't you? Hiding in the bushes. Hiya! Jerk, I hope you die for that. In the video game. Nobody's buying any wards. Our actual support is, you know, up here playing hanky panky. Oh, Janky Johnny. Yeah, Janky Johnny's playing hanky panky with the fucking creep wave over here, trying to better determine if I'm gonna have a Dark Willow carry. That's a dumb place to put a ward. It'll probably be whatever, but we need to know if someone crosses that plane there. I can't really go any deeper. Be watching this Roshan here because we really need to do that. Come on, people. All together, you know, Hearld objectives. Come on, 20-minute Roche. I guarantee you, you'll be winning the game if you do this. Oh, here we go. Fuck. I tell you, this delay is ridiculous, man. Fuck! What the fuck was that? It didn't even animate anything. I just died and went from full health to no health. It's terrible. It's like, you know, even the game envisions me being the detrimental success, apparently. This guy's got the most likely probability to change the outcome of the game with this player behavior summary. Really got to get this blink dagger. Why is it just doing that? There might be a problem with this keyboard or something, or it's not registering keystrokes. What am I supposed to do? You know, I... Yeah, so you either got to have the Shadow Blade or the Blink Dagger to probably do anything with them and be effective. Hold on. Oh yeah. Are we gonna go do anything about this? Fuck, this guy's still farming mid. Come on. What? Can I devour one of these guys then? Yay. Where's the... Why am I not getting the devoured ability? This is ridiculous. The team is just all spread apart. I'm never going to be able to get to them in time. Come through here. Yeah, stop and do that so they know you're there. Come on, get out of there. Fucking ridiculous, dude. There you go. What's the bear got? Oh, wow. You're putting your items on him? You're supposed to put the items on the bear, dude. Fuck, no wonder why we're losing. This guy's ridiculous. Well, looks like it's just you and me, Janky Johnny. Yo, see that? What was that? Dude, it took away my cursor from the actual screen. What the fuck? I got jebaited big time. He's not even doing enough damage to kill Shaman. That one always gets me because that is an illusion, or what's going on? Crazy ass stupid game, man. Almost got enough for a blink dagger if I would stop having to buy this other stuff. Run away. Oh no, that's all they want from me. What? I feel like that there's a tangible difference between the games I win and lose. Relatively apparent whether or not you're going to win. Oh, now you're gonna be that guy? Oh, you got mana boots, man. That's the grand finale there. And I'm sure none of it mattered until that point. Suddenly we get our asses handed to us. My fucking lane partner's a complete dipshit. Puts all of his fucking items on his hero instead of the bear or whatever. Man, that was terrible. It's like self-sabotage or something. Like, of course I feel enraged. Yeah, I feel pretty enraged, I might say. It was, can't figure out why my computer laptop webcam is not showing up anymore. Yeah. I'm pretty tired. I'm exhausted. I don't want to go to bed with the feeling that I have, though. It's disgusting to think that, you know, you can be rendered so helpless in a situation, and then the avenue of help is the very thing, you know, attempting to circumvent your life and liberties. Yeah, life and liberties just thrown out the window, but never really know if we'll get to the evolutionary stage of my decision where I evolve into a different person, or if I'm just going to continue to assume the reality that I've been given. You know, and buy into all this nonsense that, you know, I have no control or you know, relative position to the outcome of anything any further, and it's all just collapsing inward on me. Or maybe even outward, where it's trying to encompass other things that really aren't part of it. Do I really have the means to prevail? You know, I simply just live on in the context and assumption of another as to what my, I don't know, intended function is. That's a lot of the issue. Where do you decide your intended function in life? You know, are you going to be a father that isn't going to do anything about, you know, someone running off with his joint creation that wasn't supposed to? You know, or do things advantageously to, you know, protect yours and your own interests, but it's consequentially you know, respective of deteriorating another individual and the source of blame, to, you know, enlift or enlighten your presence or contribution. You know, where do you go in the world when you no longer have the ability to provide conclusive direction to others as the result of, you know, what exactly? I don't, and that's a lot of the issue that I keep coming back to is, you know, I tried asking again today, you know, what is all this about? This doesn't have the feeling like there's something needing intervention. And so I just raised the question and, well, got told to shut up, sit down, be quiet. Enough, you're done. All these really deteriorating comments that suggest even the opposition of what's taking place is going to result in, you know, character hardship. And I don't think that's right about the courts. I really don't. I don't think it's right. And I don't think they're wrong either. You know, they're probably just doing what they're bred for. You know. But sadly, you know, I may be bred for something too that they're trying to extinguish or circumvent or dismantle, deter, prevent, even in entirety, in a lot of retrospective, you know, cares and concern, you know, the very beginning and end of this problem can associate with, you know, the very context of court discrepancy. You know, even if they're wrong, they'll still be right, because that's how that system is. You know, it gives rise to evil, and, you know, one eats the other, and then that prevailing effort, life lives on. And I really think it's time to really push the envelope here. I really do. But I'm not going to do it. Nope. Not going to do it. I've been telling myself that since 2001, maybe? 2001 or something? Seems like I got drugged back into the courts for another accusation that really didn't fit the context of what it was, and it thus resulted in you know, additional endeavors my character had to incur that jeopardized my life. You know, my doing. You know, none of this can be at the disposal of anything other than myself. And I recognize that, but if that's what I'm developing, then we'll see the extenuation of it and whatever effects and consequences or results it generates. I think is much the grand controversy, because I don't really see there being any other options besides fight or flight. And this again has triggered that response in me, and has been done so like more times than I can count. and more times than anyone would want to ever sit and listen through. Because it just kind of makes me sound like a victim, and I don't want to be here as a victim. But I also don't want to be the the perpetrating compound that has been given unruly rule, and others can do that to your family. So as you guys go out there and you're holding on to the last little bits of what you got, and our world's in a big mess right now. We've been at war with someone for God only knows how long, and and then when one war wasn't enough, there's another one, and we gotta hold on to the things that we cherish and hold dear and protect them. Well, what I struggle with is where is my right to protect, and how many agencies or entities or organizations or just general characters have impeded the fruits of my life. And for what evolutionary topic to exist? The one where, you really try to hold on to lack of dispute. For, the longer that one can disregard a conflict, or, assume that it doesn't exist, I really feel like that's the best thing to do. You can't go around the world counting all the wrongs people have done to you. For if you did, you'd just be in a constant dilemma of self-attributed success or blame. Like I said, that's really not a good solution to blame others. Be active, be cordial with each other, be introductory, be divulging, be enlightened, be patient. Those are little things to help you get through the days, knowing that you probably ended up in a bad spot, and sweetie, there was really nothing aside from probably seriously harming another individual in response to the violation that had happened. And for that, your dad still remains free and good with himself. I can live with myself. I really can. Because I don't believe any of this stuff you're saying. And I really should, because you've spread it all around town, everywhere. And baked it deep into the personal conflicts of others. And that's not going to look good to me, a guy that's not going to explain himself and is done explaining himself and has had numerous times explaining himself and to no real ecological dividend. It's just seemingly resulted in additional conflict. So at a lot of these points, I just kind of buck up and be like, well, alright, dish out whatever you're going to dish to make you feel like that this is going to be better, and let's move on from it. Because I'm not going to be here to tell you, what I did right or what he did wrong or any of those things. And I haven't been that participating factor in police instigated situations. And well, man, don't walk right into your house and take whatever they want, I guess. There's a lot of what this town's telling me. That it's under some ungodly rule that has determined correct provisions for success. And that success undermines the greatness of another that wishes to dismantle your throne. And in time I will. And in time you will lie. And in the end, we'll just kind of see who gets to live with the feelings. Who can live with the feelings of what happened. Because there's sick, deranged men that loop into this endless conflict of dispute because of it. And then there's others that just walk off unscathed. Live to fight another day, because I'm not wrestling with you. I'm not. I'm past the whole wrestling stage. Oh look, I gotta charge my phone. Father of lies, tell me, where have you been? What have you done? To have your son carry on in your image. Well, hey, if my pap was here, I'd have to be nothing short than hostile for the things that I was left with. But I coincidentally think that he may have had some of the similar struggles that I have gone through in an adoption of what the world wants the reproductive extension of its network to be. And that's the issue. What do you do with your women? Don't run him off into another guy's arms where he's going to have children that can come back to kill you, and you won't have any to protect you in the instance of whatever's coming about. Lives are favored in the connection with other lives. Singular life does not exist unless it's parasitic, and in which its primary function is to leech off of the life that it's feasting upon. It has an individual aspect. It's not part of an ecosystem of anything. It's one parasite trying to feast off your back. And that is the puzzling conclusion for today in the research of philosophy and, undermining the process in which we're told exists through the definitive structure and hierarchy of our God and Savior and Almighty. And that in His labors there would be no power in effect that wasn't in accordance with His worldly visions. commanders and chiefs make it into these positions and ranks as the result of, a hierarchy structure of possibly the supervisors of those who sleep. For it's been done since the first fathers. And while it's naive to think that a tradition that once built the very foundation of humanity would live on with the assumption and fear that something could intervene or intertwine or intertangle and create a devastating mess to its divine structure. I don't think anybody accounted for this. I don't think there was anything that could account for it, that it's some sort of miracle that I've lasted as long as I have. And I may just drop over and die right after these last words, and someone will come along and find them and say, wow, that guy's real wise. He knows a lot of stuff. But I don't. I just know the context in which I've suffered. And no real appropriation as to the reason why. Or, what grants, someone access to lure your family out of the house in the middle of the night and then let them walk back in under the assumption that there's a problem in the household without supervision. None of it equates, and it would have to pertain to the context that it's not established in today's environment. And thus the reassurance or conviction or understanding of it assimilates it into the governing reality. And those are puzzling conclusions to draw there, and very different. Because it might be the difference between what one person might pull or a trigger or push a button over and another wouldn't, but ultimately hold the reassurance within themselves that one day they may have to come to do that, and in that hold us all hostage, basically, and the presumption that something is gonna happen. And if you can speak enough words to cleverly design fear, you have ability to govern and regulate the finer movements of what ultimately is a vast conglomerate machine of cohesive participation for a desired outcome. And I see nothing less in this desired outcome of what I've been envisioned to be as the path of no return. It's going to get me one way or another. Either it be through the condolences of things wrong, or the compassionate, wisdomatic understanding that is required to participate. All avenues seem to be heavily boarded and blocked off. With the presumption that enough of these occurrences will insinuate a violent episode. And that's really what I think the intended goal here is. And I'm gonna beat it. You know, I walked through all them halls and dangerous places in front of all them dangerous men, and you know, people that'll never go back to the way life was once for them, and nobody did anything. They all acted like they were up to some fucking big old secret or something. You know, they beat me up, they threw me around, kicked me down, smashed me up. I think I got beat up like 5 times within my first 6 months. It was bad. One of them I really got laid into. Fucking tripped and smashed my head on the door. Just getting, you know, beat up left and right from the feet up. Well, you know, you can't tell anybody that. You certainly don't tell guards, or, you know, try and, you know, project your problems onto another to try and see if they will assist with what is happening. You know, I just forgave the people involved and moved on past it with the understanding that there is an evil lurking out there that will latch on to anything and everything that it can generate a conflict out of. And this thing's pointed right at me. And has been pointed right at me for a lot of years, and there's a weird reaction that takes place when a person's got a weapon pointed at them, and what happens in the face of threats. Yeah, y'all had this weapon pointed at me for a lot of years. And it's a double-edged sword. It really is, because it isn't going to hurt anybody but everybody involved. And so there really is no victorious winner. You know, we're both going to grab the, you know, razor side of the blade in an attempt to disarm each other, and doing so hurt ourselves. So where you get into a stage of life where you decide that it's better off left to be hurt than to hurt is going to be your dramatic conclusion to life. Because some men feel that it is better to hurt than to be hurt. And some men will allow to be hurt so much, so far, and spread so wide, and so diverse, and still not have a reaction. You may have graduated an anger management class, or you're under some sort of apathetic medication. And you know, touche. You know, most of the world is. You know, caffeine's a drug, coffee's a drug, food's a drug. Man, you can even find water that's a drug if you talk to the right people, because some of them won't even give it to you. I really feel a lot of pain for humanity, and it grows each and every day. very, very strongly this year, starting this year. It has just been astronomically high this year. And that there's a feeling like Yoda had, where he's like, oh, something terrible just happened when that planet blew up. Like, it's something like that. And I don't have anything or anyone to relate to. In fact, my entire life has been at the mercy of others and their willingness to accept me in some context that was beneficial to us both. Yet laboriously on my side, attempting to be someone that I hope that they think I'm not. And so there's all this prescribed effort that takes place in trying to remedy an artificial construct of what I assume every day is the result of this. And that's good and fine, because like I said, the only other option is well, no one ever getting near me again. And that's a terrible thought, to think that I was bred for that. That something would so deliberately labor over the possibility that could insinuate so much violence and conflict and pain and suffering in my life that I would just melt into oblivion. An oblivion, yeah. You know, men this happens to, they either kill themselves or kill someone else. I'm the third kind, I think, of this situation that only results in two outcomes. And so we've found a third definition, I think, to this fight or flight ecology, where if you're unwilling to fly and you're unwilling to fight, you've now probably become a rock or something unmovable that, you know, we'll just kind of see how it turns out. I really don't think there's a third response. I think either I'll fight or flight, and I think you guys think that I'm gonna flight, but you're really hoping that I'm gonna fight. And so I'm laying this all out for you, like I know your plan, and I've seen your plan, and I'm calling you out on your plan. And it's going to be readily defined as intrusive and fraudulent behavior of the ecosystem that is our justice network. But then again, you know, I cut my hand too when I do this. So neither of us win, we both lose, and you know, it possibly starts over for another reiteration of what could possibly be a peace and love and joyful scenario. Because all needs are met and there's nothing of want or concern. So I finally understand. But I don't. Because there's not any way to understand that. There's not really a good reason to treat someone in a manner that would insinuate violence and, you know, cause a demeaning or deteriorating effect to one's greatness. Because I feel nothing short of great. Still, I still feel great. Like, there must be so much great in me that you can't possibly chip it all off. I really, dice with the idea that there's a way to turn it off. There's a way to make it so there's not even a game to begin with that labors over the concept of whether or not I will hurt you if you try and hurt me. Because that sort of thing doesn't even exist where I come from. We know not. I know not the impeding efforts that I make. Would be an understatement to how laborious I struggle over accommodations for others and what it is that they want. And so I'm going to keep shining bright like a diamond. I'm going to keep listening to the words and the harkened voice of the most fearful woman I've ever met. For I really have come to appreciate her over the years. I really have. Stop at nothing short to deliver her love. And her love is wrapped like a 12 gauge shotgun in a pillow. And that's some real love. That is some real love there. For if there is a war of capture taking place, if there's a war on families and children and all the privileged life at stake, that would define reason to revolt. It would, and it would spiral into an endless conflict of how many times you can be hurt before you decide to hurt again. And why is it so difficult for us to live on in the image that nothing is wrong? I struggle with this a lot of days. I really do. I search for mistakes and corrections and improvements and resolution and everything. So much effort and time and love has been applied to that pain-stricken process. Well, we'll get there. Me and this YouTube channel. Because one of these days, someone's about ready to pick up that. Well, maybe they're going to take their earplugs out or something, or stumble across the channel and be like, "Wow, that guy's really making a lot of sense. I wonder who he is. Maybe this is a person I need to get to know. Maybe this is somebody that I got to put on my side." Never know. There's someone out there. I'm sure of it. They'd probably drive by every day with the same thought or inclination or reasoning. Searching for some type of assurance that they're correct. And being adamant and diligent about protecting their family and heritage and daily way of life. See, that's what gets me, is anymore, whatever day of life that I've thus been defined in is not correct for the alternate dimension I've been fucking kicked to for all of these other things. And so, you know, the Mormons may be true in talking about a place void of God where he's unable to help. And that is the path of much. For many walk around soulless, assuming the constructs or participating in the dividends of another that they never see. No, I just really cannot fear and stress enough that if the governing context of what's taking place and the reason for doing such is to provision a sterile man, essentially, with another preemptive chance, preemptive chance, I wonder. Says like, well, you know, this person can't have kids, so he goes around stealing other people's kids and turning their thoughts and ideas into his own. Because that's one thing about the children of the world, is they can be raised to be whatever. You know, they're sponges. They're soaking up and absorbing everything that you give them. And I think this little baby out there is really insistent on having something that it cannot have. And the father that stepped in to do something about it was overridden by what apparently looks like someone that can't have any kids. So he steals other people's kids. Or maybe he's getting his slave wives to go around and sleep with these heritage men and steal all their land and belongings. Now, I have a tough time assimilating what has happened here based on the conditions that have taken place. But it's nothing short of theft. Or, you know, the benevolence of our grand and glorious, lustrous God that has defined proper reason and purpose for all the extenuations of thus his image was made. And that's a bit of an issue. Because in everything that I say, as much as I don't want to define what is happening, I have to provide conclusion to what it is that is at stake. And if there's something ensuring my failure, I'm certain of it. And much to my success is going to be developing reason and understanding for what's taking place. And so I sympathize with this poor, unfortunate, loss of privilege, possibly incapable of, born without, whatever, has, really better ways this can work out if he could just have an allegiance kind of guy. Or the guy that's just like, well, I still got some more of those, and well, I can probably go find somewhere else, I think, to try again, if ever I could go through that. Because if a kid going to, school on a Monday shows up with his brand new, what's-a-dinger that's all shiny and flabbergasty, then, everyone wants it, and, it's the coolest thing anyone's ever seen, someone's going to come after it. So, does on Tuesday, after his first one being stolen, does he on Tuesday bring that same thing back to school and let it happen again? Or try to modify the outcome of it to a better probability of success? I don't know. I don't know if by Wednesday he's bringing that same thing back into school to let it be stole a third time, but he did anyways, and there we are again in the same hardship. And Thursday came along and he was ready to try again. He was like, no, they'd stolen everything that they could possibly steal. Why would they need another? They already have so many. So Thursday again, he shows up and nope, they take that again from him. And so now on Friday he's stayed up all night, and then on the wake of the day he's in complete fear and lost for action in the context that has been his entirety being taken or dismantled. And so on Friday he doesn't get up. He doesn't do anything. He just ceases to be great. For greatness exists for a purpose of challenge. And that is the only context or construct that it is achieved in. And if you want to be great, you're gonna always have to have that mentality. You're gonna have to not settle for being anything less, and keep on giving everything you can give. Or you don't. And the world has succeeded in pacifying your claim of greatness, and you cease to exist. The world gobbles you up, eats you. The world will eat you if you let it. It's a dog-eat-dog world. That's what them hellhounds were bred for. When the dogs begin to smell her. But there's not probably a conceivable mind within this environment, I think, at this point, that is of symbiotic. This seems parasitic. Much of my life has been operated under the context of what I'm doing is symbiotic in some aspect and benefits us both, but it's really not, and it very seems much parasitic and it natures the request of violence continuously, often, repeatedly, and then, pummels you at the suggestion that it's done wrong. And enough of those occurrences, and you're going to have a real problem on your hands. But one that you readily cultivated for your own source of attrition. Because it devours from within. You lay a seed of unforgiveness in someone through this artificial means of pain. This is artificial pain. That's why I don't react to it. Look, you want something? Have it. Great. Here's another. Man, fuck, let me go make you another one. Hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah. So maybe that's the farmer's almanac to the universe. Son, you better grow enough of it that it doesn't matter if them looters and bandits come on through and take 2 or 3 or 5 of your kids. You're gonna have 3 billion of them anyways. What does it matter? Have another. Go on, make another chicken. Yeah. That's what they're doing to me. I'm fucking trying to make a chicken, man, because they're scaring the fuck out of me. Every single opportunity they get. Who's they? Well, presumptuously, that's my great old Daddy Pappy. Up there in the heavenly skies, they're trying to determine the fate of his boy. Six or 7. Hell or heaven. No one will know. But I guarantee you, God, it ain't no coincidence that I know. And that it all came real puzzling late. For in the beginning I thought I was helping assist something glorious and great. But no, I'm just creating some kind of psychotic, delusional baby that's like unquenchable thirst for rage. Unquenchable rage, I say. That's what they're trying to make. On another day. The unspeakable, unquenchable rage. Planting that seed of unforgiveness causes so much rage. Like, hey, why'd you do that? Whoa. That's bad. That's real bad. Am I going to be the one to tell you not to do it? And you listen? Is that the fatherly, guidely vision? The place and heritage and purpose of my life? To tell you what's up when you're wrong and right? Because there's really nothing wrong about me. But everything. If you want to see it that way, you can always find a reason. What I stand to do today to you in the context of, what's shaping or given, or how I feel about the situation at hand. Maybe I don't have any governing control or decision or effect on the way that I am. For I'm just the product of another. I'm the things that you made me and the visions that guided all the fathers. And what we were going to do to protect our world. And how we're going to captivate and motivate and encourage each other. Rather than tearing down. But you know what? One thing I've learned is you go around tearing a baby down all day, it really doesn't do any good. Telling a baby no, this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. Telling the baby that's wrong. How long do you let a child get away with something before you're like, hey, look, that's wrong? Is it wrong to cry when you're hungry? For, all you do is just get fatter? Do you need what is ever, compelling you to behave in this fashion? Is it the love and joy a child brings that, is the need and reason for harvest? Is there a real issue here, or have I just become the source of blame for something that I've ultimately done? Through God's directive and whatever provisionary forces He's encompassed in the direction of my life. What He's corrected, what He's disciplined, what He's changed. What happened to me is I became empathetic. I don't know how, I don't know where it came from or what changed or when it changed, but suddenly I just started to feel like overly concerned about everything. And I think outwardly looking at it, that one could perceivably believe that, I have such a courteous approach to things that, there's not a lot of mistakes that are made. And if there is, it's in light of something that I don't feel wrong about. These are feelings. These are emotions that can't be reciprocated or artificialized. They're real. And they're fake at the same time. Isn't that fucking crazy? Real and fake. How the fuck can that be? Yeah, I swear. where I stand to fix this issue. How will I fix this issue? How do I fix this issue? I think what my ultimate fear is that if ever I had some sort of unruly protection dividing my mistakes from consequence for the things that I've perceivably done wrong in the light of another, in the eyes of another, that could definitely generate this sort of scenario in which, something else now comes back to reciprocate the effects that they assumed onto my person. And I do consider that empathetic approach to it. Like, look, maybe some of this is what I deserve. But what do you all deserve? He who cast the first stone be free of sin, or whatever that line is. I don't know how that's going to even be possible. Let he who be free of sin cast the first stone. Well, I really hang on to that one, really hopeful thing that God will wait for my promise to him, but my promise is that I won't be a mean man any further. I will be a righteous man. And in that, there will probably be some pain and suffering that comes into existence. And there will be someone that wishes to shelter you from that protection. Or shelter you with their protection. And you will be gravitated to their cottage, or their estate, or wherever they will retreat you for compromise in the subject at hand. That's a bit of the issue right now that's developing, and it's coming up on midnight here real quick. I got to get into my X-Files and nighttime scary movies and watch all my sci-fi shows if any of them are on. That'd be kind of fun. Help get my mind off of this inevitable burden of determining when enough is enough. Yeah. But that's one thing fire never does. It doesn't say enough. It really doesn't. So I'll just keep on burning. What's wrong? Keep on burning. Keep that flame lit. Try and radiate some light in the world. When Everything you see is darkness. And this inevitable, like, pathway that you can't get off of. I think it's probably, is it better to just get off the river and, you know, like, just start hiking the bank? You know, like, you know, stop letting this fucking thing just float me down these rapids. Just get out and, you know, get out of the raft and stretch my legs for a bit. Shit, I've been in this thing for a year thinking it was just going to take like a week or something, and like, still nothing. I've been in this thing like a year. I don't know if it was better to take my chances with homelessness on the streets, or trying to come back to some preposterous contraption that should not exist. That's my feelings. Something like this sitting around, I think everybody'd fight the fuck over it. Everywhere you go, you wouldn't be able to keep this thing safe. There's no way. You'd have to park it behind a fucking brick wall and put a fence around it and populate it with 5,000 angry men. Yeah, that's my thought. Don't know what you got till you lost it. I just kind of spend my whole life losing stuff. He who dies with all the toys wins. Yeah. So that makes me wonder if my children are kids and this guy that's out there taking them or repurposing their minds and physiologic structures for their purpose or incentive. As and won't, has not and won't succeed in prevailing in opposition in my life. As, like I said, you know, the simple thing is just try again. Well, what are you gonna take all 7 billion of my kids or whatever? Probably. Well, I'm about out of battery juice here pretty quick. We did our Dota gaming marathon, all solar powered. I'm hiding behind the canvas tonight. I really should have put something more entertaining on the screen besides that weird shutter lens cover. But I'm quite exhausted and spent for today. mentally, emotionally, physically. Exercise is keeping me healthy, but it seems like the food and the environment and various other things are not contributing to, you know, the healing effect that needs to take place often. And in that, I've grown quite weak and miserable. So this would be a grand time to strike as your foot nears closer to my throat. So, you know, let this be a little command of respect for you this time. Maybe you won't take your foot off this tiger's neck. Maybe you'll finally wrestle me into submission or whatever, because I don't do anything about it, and you'll look like a fool. What are you going to do then? Being the guy going around insinuating violence. You know, people only fight over two things, basically, and it's sex and money. Because usually the sex has a house, or a home, or a shelter, or a dwelling, or, you know, some type of place to lay your head. They only fight over sex and money. And come to think about it, all my relationship troubles were under the presumption of good times ahead. That was the only reason I kept trying. So it's got to be different. It's got to be different. I must be insane. You know, they're not gonna come fucking try and steal this one too, really? Either I need to start making children faster so they can't take them as often, or I somehow travel back in time to ensure that I don't have anything that people can take from me on my first day of school. And then maybe I'll make it through the whole week and not give up. I don't know that I'm gonna make it through the whole week. I really wondering how, you know, this is figuratively speaking, you know, I'm talking about this projected week in my mind where this poor child, this unwillingly protective child, you know, goes on to demonstrate that he can lose things and not feel hardship for them. And that's not going to ever happen. So I clearly can't be the individual assuming the nature of the request you've desired of Your Honor to impede my course and direction. Was I able to convince? Did I get all my words right? Did I say too much? Sometimes saying less is more. I know in this video there's a one-liner here that could really help someone. Help another Daniel out there in the world. Or that going through some hard times. Don't let him be the one that hurts or even gets hurt. I think is really a better way to approach it. You know, be like the guy that, you know, decided he didn't ever have to get hurt again. And move on from an unrelenting conflict of my presence in this area. So, but that ain't gonna happen. It's really not. I'm gonna dance around your town. I'm gonna march around your walls. I'm gonna go around so fast, make your head spin. And for all I know, those walls will keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, and you'll just have to keep building more walls, I guess. I don't know what else to tell you. Because if this is the sort of societal rage we're raising each other to become, none of us are going to get to it. There will never be that predisposition of guaranteed outcome. Yeah, that predisposition is not going to be allowed. It really won't. Maybe I just need somebody to argue with. Maybe I gotta go take the law degree. Maybe I need to get up every day and be the one that wishes to convince another of the truth. Yeah, all this fighting, all this squandering, all this meandering, all this wandering, all this back and forth, all this lying in wait and some sort of surprise attack, or getting set up in the right order to produce an outcome, an intended outcome. These are modifications to free will. Something you should not have power over. Yeah. It's a bit of an issue. Like I said, I am who I am. Like it or love it. And if you don't want to, then just keep on driving. You're not welcome here. And whatever you try to take, I'm going to let you have some more of. Until, well, there's nothing to fight over. Sound like Pappy's running away again. Old gasoline engine Pappity Pap is out there fucking winding up. Well, I was going to share a new song with you guys. It goes, pap, 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 pappity pap, 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 pap. Yep. It's a song from my daddy. I don't think he did anything wrong. He just kind of probably had to do what he had to do in the situation, and there was something trying to really deter the way of man. Man will be stopped. He will. Machine will be stopped. Child will be stopped. Shit'll even stop the sky. It won't even spin no more. The earth will just freeze. Like this. That's the future we're all headed for. I'm telling you. None of us will have any concept of time. It's a scary, scary world. Well, it stands to reason that there's enough of a preponderance of evidence to convince beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a lot of reasonable doubt to what's occurred. I love y'all. I miss you. Chloe, I stayed up the last minutes of your birthday. Really hope you're doing good, little girl. Daddy regrets a lot of things in life, but only one real singular event has destroyed his life. And that was not ensuring your complete safety. And doing things contrary to your safety. And that's all I've done wrong. I've really think that the things that we do wrong are the things that we possibly don't do. That maybe through some governing action of just general universal discipline, participation is of the most importance, regardless of outcome. Participation has a higher effect on everything, and I'm really starting to see that. And my life went somewhere really fast, and I thank you for that. I do, but I don't think that that's what I want to do. Even though I do see a compelling reason and need for it, it doesn't stress the fashion enough that fighting leads to fighting. That leads to fighting, 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 that leads, it doesn't stop, If an act of aggression and violence results in a defensive, retaliatory, or protective measure in any aspect, whether that be within your person, within the compounds of your structured life, the family assets or governing provisions you've been provided. All of those. So continue to provision. Those of you that are still there wanting to hurt yourself or hurt another, just remember that just violence leads to more violence. It does. And we always have to remember that, and especially me, because I seem to be the instigator of violence at times too. And not knowing it due to my autism. I don't what I understand about others, no one else knows. What I perceivably generate from an environment, no one else knows. And it's not their privilege to know either. So I'm really done, describing this in a fashion where I can be interrupted. Because there's certain things that just have to be heard. And if your veil of sounds can drown out the laborious cries of a senior regulating authoritative father on this subject, then you better drive faster and shift harder and keep going around, because you're going to be trying to drown out those cries forever. You really will. And then I'm going to keep trying to make sure that everyone knows who you are and doesn't participate in what you're doing. And just as much as you hope to accommodate villagers that'll harass me and your arsenal and weaponry of warfare that you've prescribed on my life, I won't do that to you. No, you will know when I make my stand. And I'm waiting for one final part of this. Because without that, I will not know whether the conceived reality that I've assumed as a result of being the subject and matter in question is relevant to the structure that God envisioned for my life, to characterize my soul and regulation and authority within this universe of problems. And that's just it. When they wrote that song, he's got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. I bet there's a lot of people out there that don't really know what he's talking about. We'll look up some information on the number. It's not significant to the actual numerical value. But there's more I'd wish to tell. There's a catalog of young minds that can learn and discipline from me, and one by one they get their chance, it would seem. And I really hope that isn't true. So like I said, we just got to keep waiting. There's no way to get this right. And there's no way to get it wrong either. So I'm really confident in what approaches, because it's under dignity and respect. And those are prevailing conditions of resolution. Well, conflict resolution improvement. Here we go again, over and over. Thank you, Joe Rogan, for speaking those words in a podcast that I learned so privilegedly from. Privilegery that I was so privileged from. That I was so privileged to receive, or to find. And I really like that context or construct because it defines a lot of the reason we go through similar things. And where one might, encompass a new reaction contrary to, the governing outcome. There's governing outcomes to a lot of things. You walk up and you go punch a stranger in the street, there's a governing outcome to that. Things will happen. You probably just punch someone that might be able to punch you back. And that person's going to run. That person's going to call the cops. Or, there's a projected outcome to that action. And so, where I get confused is, trying to describe what I've been through. Like, what? What you mean? You think you own all the eggs in the universe? Is that what I'm really coming to reason with here? Do you can go take my 50% sperm egg and call it yourself? Say it's part of you or from you or, raised by you? My 50% sperm egg. That doesn't sound controlling. That sounds very accurate. That was an accurate representation of the biological structure of what it is that I've assimilated in this world. Because as Tupac said it, because a man's got a right to tell when and where to create one. So my governing man abilities allowed me to conceive these children but not attend to them. That makes a person very, very confused. You can go pick you up a brand new car down at the dealership and you drive it home and you leave it out on the street instead of pulling it in your driveway. You got a garage. You don't keep the car there though. No, you leave it out in the road for everyone else. That's what I've done, I guess. And I think a lot of that, man. God's really going to make me guilty for that because, an innocent life has been harmed as a result of my lack of reaction. And that doesn't set well. And so I'm hoping through this reaction right here, maybe this guy will get to a point where he says it to my face and stop saying it through others. And and then we can figure out what the course of action is from there. But like I said, if you're a thief, man, I'm more than inclined to just leave my stuff on the front porch for you. You're welcome to it. And, I don't know what else to say. Well, Santa Claus is coming to town. Because if there's one thing that I've been able to do to maintain separation from the artificial reality others have created against me, is, recognize the obscurity to what's happening. And I really think that I've drawn on the puzzling conclusion that, this guy ain't got a dick. He probably keeps his penis in a sock drawer, and then pulls it out whenever he needs it and puts it away for good hiding and safekeeping where no one finds out. That he's an artificial penis. I'm telling you. They got that artificial penis out there. Look, I can't make none of them, so I'm just going to take them for myself. But what their strategy was let's infiltrate the house. Let's madden and enrage the father with confusing and belligerent subjects to the point of exhaustion and frustration and mild confusion and fear of harm and wrongdoing, in hopes that something terrible emulates in suggestion. I can't think of anything else. Insinuating violence. Trying not to be violent. Trying to be respectful, trying to be diligent, trying to be courteous, kind, reverent, obedient. All of these things that ensure the prosperity at the task at hand. And my grandest fear is that I've lost sight of the task or don't understand the task, unwilling to contribute to the task, or just simply maybe have a feeling derived that doesn't equate to a long-term outcome that I'm willing to sustain. I think at that point, I think that the perpetual conflict that is justice has destroyed my life. And like a phoenix, I'm going to rise up out of these ashes. Because I'm just a big old burning pile of rubble. I tell you, just smoking fumes. It's like a big old trash dumpster fire kind of smell. Like, man, what has this guy done? I tell you, I got the issues. They keep you off the wall when you're feeling down some. Anyways, that's the puzzling confusion for tomorrow. Here we are into the next day, 3/19, you're here. Welcome to 2026. Whatever year it may be. How are we to know? This thing's just giving me a number that it can change anytime it wants. This is going to be the time when life throws me a bone. I just know it. And with that, I'm going to send another little baby out into the world. Give you something to go chase, I guess. Try and be a good sport about this. Well, I guess that's what you guys do. Wow. Throwing another bone. Throw me another bone. I can get another baby out into this world. The family. The family that evolved the child with governing reign and protection, and a fearful condition that no one challenged. I think I'll title that this. The family that raised the child is its parents, or the biological condition I've perpetuated makes me the parent. It's really hard to know. I've always said I was raised by the community. Like I was passed around from household to household to, to determine or distinguish the representation of such. Yep. Think about what we distribute. Take that as the final word of advice for moving on. It's not really advice. It's not. It's answers. So, take your answers and do what you want with them. You, the beast, have figured out how to decode the human genome, and you exploit it in a fashion that's irrelevant to your position. And I will bind you to the depths of the sea so that you will never move again. Lie in fear and wait. And raise your might and strength of all you can. So that I might do nothing against you. And watch as you lie waste to your own creation. For love is the only power allowed in this kingdom. And it's done so in an authoritative fashion. Yep, it's done in a fashion. And if it's going to be me playing music right atop your head, I don't know if I'll be able to resist, but like I said, I really don't want to become mean. I really don't, but you know, provoking an idle conservationist is really not a good thing to do. And that could very well be the feeling that I have about the situation in occurrence to what it is that I may be doing. But it's still wrong. It's very unnatural and very wrong. It's not right for the reasons that make it wrong. And I don't know what you did for me today, computer. Well, I'm really thankful for your participation. And I'm going to slap you with a participation trophy here real quick. So get ready. It's coming up in 3, 2, 1. Good job. Just slap you with a participation trophy. Good job. I'm so tired and delirious that I'm slurring my words. Basically holding myself up with my arms. My feet are too tired. I'm ready to collapse. This will be the night that they attempt to try and build their strategy, I'm sure. This will be the night that they build their strategy in my exhaustion. The very thing that they hoped I would come to. And feeling full of shit with a sphincter muscle that don't work when it's supposed to. And yeah, whatever you do, one really important thing you need an answer to, this isn't advice, this is once again another answer, is don't hold your bowels. If you have to use the restroom, go to the restroom. Use your restroom right away. You shouldn't have to be the person that causes that restriction of, don't let that go for a poke out or whatever. Don't let that go for a poke out. Don't have that reaction. That's a bad reaction for your lower abdominal muscles to have, because that is a natural movement that your body has to repel the things that we can't extinguish or utilize. And so thus, in doing so, you cause this artificial reasoning within the muscle to behave that way each time it suspects such a condition. And that can lead to difficulty relieving yourself. So just know it, because I went through it. Didn't know why all them years of diarrhea would cause such problems, but it did. And now I'm full of shit. I spent 4 hours with you. I hope you all are well and tucked in. Good evening, good night, and to all, a joyful night.